Well, hello, weary travelers, and welcome to the Come and Go Tavern. My name is Sheela Ornthalis, and I'll be your hostess this afternoon. Today's kitchen special is potato soup with chicken dumplings, and it looks like Alexia is currently available for a full-service package, if you know what I mean. But if you see anything or anyone else on the menu that you're interested in, just let me know, and we'll see what we can do. It is time for the 15th TTRPG Tuesday. Today we are deep into cleanup for ProtoDrive's next big public... Let me try that again. We are deep into cleanup for ProtoDrive's next big public release. Why was that so difficult to say? The answer is I'm tired. But anyway, we're mainly focused on layout and normalization of all the tables. So adjusting coloration of the headers, adjusting thicknesses of outlines, and making sure that we're getting rid of like dangling single words at the end of paragraphs and stuff like that. But I will also be happy to answer any questions you have about any of my games or TTRPGs in general as well. I know there's been some discourse going around recently, but when is there not? So, you know, speak up if you want to hear about it, or at least my opinions on it, all that sort of fun stuff. Or just, you know, hang out with me. It's just nice to co-work sometimes, so feel free to join in with your own projects too. As always, I'll be available for comments, questions, and concerns about the tavern, as well as regular old conversation, so don't be afraid to fill that chat with discussion. Additionally, thank you very much for the lurk meat stick. I hope you're having a great day so far. And yeah, I suppose we can just kind of move on over to the work screen, can't we? You know what? Let's put a column break there. And what happens if we put a column break here as well? Not as valuable. But here is perfect. Okay, where did we leave off? We made better progress last time than I was afraid we had. Yeah, let's skip that just because lyrics get us in trouble sometimes. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's where we ended up last time. Yeah, unfortunately, like I said at the beginning, I am EP today, so I have already cracked into a monster. I'm mostly going to be drinking water, but I do require a bit of caffeine kick every once in a while. So this is a lot more thorough. But I'm still dealing with that little dangling word there at the end. In narrative play, the players always have the upper hand when it comes to initiative, meaning they always get the chance to act first if they want to. This also means the GM can't ask for rolls until prompted by player actions. Actually, let's make that its own paragraph. Cause a skill check? Because I just realized we used the word prompted here. To cause a skill check, players must name a goal and describe what their intent is with the action. Using that information, the GM then decides if it will require a normal skill check or if the action will be difficult, risky, or heroic. Once all the modifiers have been declared and the players agree that they want to go through with it, the check, that's when dice are rolled. After figuring out the results and enacting any consequences, the players have the opportunity to act or not once more, usually prompted by something like just something like, and now what do you do from the GM? In practice, this allows the players to steer the course of the action and ensures that each roll has clearly established stakes and parameters. This helps the game feel more fair and prevents unnecessary rolling. If the players can't think of something to do, try to stall, or intentionally pass off responsibility, then they are effectively turning initiative over to the GM. Anytime the players are actively looking to the GM to find out what happens next, the GM can feel free to move the story forward without player action. Similarly, NPCs don't take action on their own or make rolls in narrative play. Okay, let's go ahead and column break this, because 3 lines at the end of the page feels weird to me. What they do is... okay, so similarly, NPCs don't take action on their own or make rolls in narrative play. What they do is based on what the player characters are doing and the outcome of the PC's rolls. For example, if a player character... we can break that up a little bit. Just as for example, if a player character lies to an NPC, the NPC doesn't get to make a roll to figure out if they're being lied to. As long as the player's roll is successful, the lie works. If the player fails, then the NPC sees through the deception. If the GM feels like the NPC is particularly insightful or distrusts the PC that's talking to them, they might decide the skill check is difficult, risky, or both. Okay, that feels good. Combat in narrative play. While this game intentionally does not include actual combat, there may be times when it does not include kind of simulationist combat found in other games, other TTRPGs. There may be times when a fight becomes unavoidable. Even in these cases, though, hello, Caster! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Okay, there. I got my thought out. How are you doing this evening, you lovely person, you? Even in these cases, though, the action should play out narratively instead of relying on dense tactical rules. A touch of air / static through my filter. You're good. The week of painting and box sets is going nicely. Okay, thank you for letting me know. I adjusted the filters on my audio a bit a while back, and that makes me wonder if something is not being filtered properly. Let's see. So, how is that? Is that any better? I've made an adjustment to one of my noise suppression filters. The week of painting and box sets is going nicely. Give it a second. Hold on. Okay, sibilance. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Balkans 3 4. Balkans 3 4. Seems better. Okay. Yeah, I adjusted the position of my microphone so that it's closer to my face, so like in the hopes of getting a little bit more warmth. And I'm still in the act of adjusting my filters. So if it continues to be an issue, or if you think I can make another adjustment to improve it, just let me know and I'll be happy to do so. Because as always, I require outside ears, because otherwise I spiral and I just kind of keep focusing on things until I've just ruined my entire setup, you know? It's easier for me to judge other people's audio than it is my own. Okay, so let's go back. And it doesn't help that I tend to hit my S's a little hard. That's something I've noticed about how I speak lately. So, while this game intentionally does not include the kind of simulationist combat found in many other TTRPGs, there may be times when a fight becomes unavoidable. Even in these cases, though, happy to help. You wouldn't know if we don't say exactly. What's the writing agenda today? You'll be lurking for 20 to 30 while getting your yoga in. Then you'll be co-working with me. Hey, fair enough. Got to limber up and keep ourselves in good shape. I am recovering from a mild shoulder injury, so I have not been exercising as much as I would be normally recently, and I'm definitely starting to feel it. But today's writing agenda is essentially continued edits for paragraph length, things like single dangling words, column placement, that sort of a thing. Essentially, we're doing a lot of layout work. Plus, kind of normalizing a lot of the tables throughout the book, because I discovered a table style that I really enjoy a couple of sessions back, and so now we're just essentially bringing them all up to date with that style. Even in these cases, though, the action should play out narratively instead of relying on dense tactical rules. Use the structure of skill checks instead of trying to create specific actions for attacks, defense, and the like. So I feel like this should be broken up into oh, actually, hang on. Let's go with a for instance here instead of a for example. I'm trying to get yes, a table style I enjoy. Yes, I am a nerd. But it helps the tables pop out a little bit better, and it makes them a little more legible, you know? We have to go through these things and try and, like, it makes it a better reading experience for the player, you know? But on that note, I did start rewriting some of my earlier books in preparation for like an omnibus edition. Like they're not getting full rewrites or anything, but like short stuff is getting expanded on. I'm cleaning up some of the language that's used, not in a like, oh, this is past watershed hour kind of language, but just the like, okay, clarifying stuff and improving on ideas that were already good but definitely can read a lot better. Plus, there's going to be new art for each chapter now, and that's going to be a whole hell of a lot of fun. Now, normally I try to go with the, you know, a paragraph should be somewhere between 3 to 5 sentences, but at the same time, paragraphs just being breaks in ideas and the flow of ideas makes a lot of sense as well. In tactical rules, use the structure of skill checks instead of trying to create specific actions for attacks, defense, and the like. So I'm trying to decide on if this breakup of the paragraphs makes sense, or if I should include this first sentence in the previous paragraph and the next sentence in the following paragraph. I think this paragraph makes the most sense because this feels like one idea. Use the structure of skill checks instead of trying to create specific actions for attacks, defense, and the like. You don't need to take turns, or to track turns, or even HP, and the whole combat should optimally be over in just a few rolls. Pause. ProtoDrive is a world where violence rarely solves anything. People would rather take the fight to the racetrack to prove themselves. So, remember... What do I want to do is always remember. No. Yeah, I like always remember. That ProtoDrive is a world where violence rarely solves anything, and people would rather take the fight onto the racetrack to prove themselves. Now let's go with prove their point. Here's an example of combat narrative play. After the race is over and the crew is celebrating their victory, Chad Fierce gets called out by the driver he nearly came to blows with earlier in the evening. The other driver squares up and swears that Chad's crew must have cheated somehow, and begins throwing punches using their problem-solving through violence trigger. Except we've just established that NPCs do not use triggers or roll dice. So... Okay, how can we reframe this story? The race is over and the crew is celebrating their victory. Chad Fierce gets called out by the driver who nearly came to blows with earlier in the evening. The other driver squares up and swears that Chad's crew must have cheated somehow. It's clear that he wants to start throwing punches. While not in as bad of a mood as before the race, Chad still has to try to keep calm if he doesn't want to be drawn into a full-blown fight. While not in as bad a mood as before the race, Chad still has to try to keep calm if he doesn't want to be drawn into a full-blown fight. Unfortunately, the result of Chad's roll is 5, so he rises to the challenge and ends up taking a hit. That doesn't quite get across what I want. He gets baited by the challenge. And gives the other guy an excuse to take a swing. So, okay, this feels a little bit better because, again, it goes with the established idea that skill checks are essentially what is driving this. So, after the race is over and the crew is celebrating their victory, Chad Fierce gets called out by the driver he nearly came to blows with earlier in the evening. The other driver squares up and swears that Chad's crew must have cheated somehow. And it's clear that he wants to start throwing punches. While not in as bad of a mood as before the race, Chad still has to try to keep calm if he doesn't want to be drawn into a full-blown fight. Unfortunately, the result of Chad's roll is a 5, so he gets baited by the challenge and gives the other guy an excuse to take a swing. Like other skill checks, any checks that are failed during combat can't be repeated until something about the circumstances changes. For example, Chad can't keep calm now, but still doesn't want to make the situation worse by resorting to violence himself. Instead, he decides to use eloquence to get the crowd on his side. It's a gamble because this isn't one of his well-trained triggers, but he manages to roll high, making the other driver look like a fool, increasing the social pressure enough that they give up and walk away ashamed. I'm gonna go with like an angry fool. And should probably also scroll back up and take another look at the previous example. And for example, to help ensure success in the upcoming race, the crew decides to walk the track and talk to some locals before the event even begins. One player uses the character's charm to sweet talk a nearby vendor, while another wanders the crowd. Okay, so it's not that one. When Chad Fierce's attempt to be large and in charge didn't work before, he could have pushed things and tried to do some problem solving through violence. However, the GM laid out that this might harm the reputation of his crew, and the players decided to have Chad back off in a way that felt narratively appropriate by having the other players or characters in the party physically hold him back to keep things from escalating. Okay, cool. So that's already taken care of. Basically, I wanted to make sure that I didn't accidentally give the NPCs more roles that they shouldn't have had. Nope, that is in fact capitalized on purpose. Again, don't worry about calculating the actual damage dealt to player characters or NPCs during narrative combat. If the goal of the action is to break their arm and they succeed, then the affected character's arm is broken. If an NPC is especially well protected, trained, or otherwise hard to take out, the GM can make the role risky or difficult, or even ask for a different approach if they deem the goal too complex or difficult. We're just going to draw that down to too complex, because we already described difficult there. Actually, hang on. Is there a good synonym for difficult that we could use? Thank you, thesaurus.com. Yeah, I think that's fine, honestly. If the situation takes a turn, and narrative combat has gotten truly out of hand, oh, goodness gracious. Excuse me. If the situation reaches a point, narrative combat, where the narrative combat... Oh, hello?
Someone's flirting with Dad again.
Okay, are we talking like just normal stage flirting, or is somebody like bothering him?
Well, he sent me to get you.
Okay, I will be right back. I've got a commercial break coming up soon anyway, so I'll probably go ahead and just trigger that now. We will be back in 5 minutes. I'm gonna go save V from a heckler and defend my territory. bark, 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 bark. Fine. Oh my god, I have been muted since I came back from break. Holy shit. Thank you for letting me know. Oops. Well, welcome back. I hope you've been enjoying yourself and that you're enjoying your break. Not that it really matters all that much. I'm not necessarily narrating anything right now. Whoa, thank you very much for the actual size. It's very affirming. But yeah, no, basically just kind of going through editing stuff so that I don't have any dangling words like this one. And so that longer paragraphs are broken up into something more appropriately lengthed. Having a good time working, you soon attempt to sleep. Fair enough, fair enough. I have not had any, like, normal model building recently. I have been entirely focused on Blood Bowl teams. And I'm working on the last Blood Bowl team that I actually have in preparation for some actual gameplay within the household. We're not going to do a tournament or anything, but I'm going to teach the game to a couple of the other people here and see if they will actually enjoy it as much as I do. And we will see what we can see, you know? I think I've got 7 or so teams at this point, because let's see. I have my Skaven, I've got Dwarves, I've got Halflings, Lizardmen, or Seraphon if you want to call them that instead, Chaos Dwarves. Oh, who else? Tomb Kings I just got, Bretonnians I just got, Vampires, Amazons, and... oh, excuse me. I feel like I'm forgetting one somewhere, but... you know, so at least 9 teams. I've got at least 9 teams. Wow, I've got a lot of Blood Bowl teams. Woo, I've got a lot of Blood Bowl teams. Kind of got away from me there for a second, I guess. Oops. But I even got in some of the Grebo games, Chaos Dwarf, like Minotaurs and Centaurs, because they look absolutely great, and buying 2 Centaurs, a Minotaur, a Dwarfen and a Chaos Dwarfen cheerleader, a little iguana guy with the ball, and a hedgehog ball all came out to like less than just buying the Centaurs from Games Workshop would have. They took a little bit more work because I had to green stuff some parts together due to some failed prints. It happens. I'm not saying don't buy from Grebo Games. I'm just saying, like, hey, you know, manufacturing process sure is manufacturing process, you know? And they fit really beautifully well with the GW Chaos Dwarves. So I'm very happy with those purchases. Okay. In a relatively wacky campaign in the style of 1970s racing cartoons, then even the worst crash isn't likely to cause harm worse than what can be solved with an oversized bandage. On the other hand, if your story... if the story uses mirror shades... let's just go with the adrenaline pumping style of early 2000s racing movies. Then even a single punch across the jaw might put a character out of action for the time being if it's strong enough. Now what I could do is break that out. Okay, for instance, wacky campaign styled after 1970s racing cartoons. Even the worst crash isn't likely to cause harm. Cause worse harm, or cause harm that can't be solved. With an oversized bandage. On the other hand, if the story uses the adrenaline pumping style of early 2000s racing movies, then even a single punch across the jaw might put a character out of action for the time being. I might... A single sucker punch across the jaw might put a character out of action for the time being. If a player character would suffer harm, they should be the one to define exactly what happens. The player in control of that character should be the one to define exactly what happens. Okay, there's 3 lines there. Let's go ahead and column break. Also, is that a neuralizer? Oh no, okay, it's like a little knife. I was trying to figure out what the the emote was. If a player character would suffer harm, the player in control of that character should be the one to define exactly what happens. The GM will still be the one... Oh, it's a credit card! Ah, okay. I've got my my chat set to dark mode on my screen, and so yeah, that did not read immediately. But yeah, no, it's easy to lose track of how many model kits you've bought when you buy them across the number of years, you know? It's just that, like, I played a lot in the first modern edition of Blood Bowl, so I ended up with my first 3 teams, and then I played a little bit in second edition, was planning on playing a lot more, but never got around to it because friends kept moving away and stuff like that. And then this third edition came out, and I was like, well, I want to get teams that everybody can enjoy, and I want to have enough teams that everybody can play with me if they just randomly want to. So yeah, that's what I did. Okay, so the GM will still be the one to put harm on the table as a consequence, and will ultimately decide what mechanical changes that harm causes, but the player should have the opportunity to decide the specifics of what happens to their character, or to their own character. Don't like this gap. What if we do what happens narratively? The GM will still be the one to put harm on the table as a consequence. And will ultimately decide what that harm means mechanically. Players should have the opportunity to decide the specifics of what happens to their own character. I don't know, something about this paragraph bothers me. It feels either repetitive or just something, you know? Hmm. 1, 2. It decides what that harm means mechanically. So if a player character would suffer harm, the player in control of that character should be the one to define what happens narratively, but the GM will still be the one who decides what that harm means mechanically. Let's go with PC. If a PC would suffer harm, player in control of that character. You are released for being a pretzel. What up? Do you feel limber? Do you feel better? Do your joints feel nicer? I hope so. Otherwise, what was the point? Yeah. So, if a PC would suffer harm, the player in control of that character would be the one to define what happens narratively. But the GM will still be the one who decides what that harm means mechanically. Oh, wait a minute. That one hit good. It does not always. Dry spaghetti. Oh, I feel that. I feel that. Especially if I've been standing too much. Like, standing still, I should say. Yeah. Yep. Like, the reason why my shoulder is messed up is actually just the readjustment from being on tour and doing the kind of movements that were like large hand movements and pointing people in the correct direction to where they needed to go and all that sort of stuff, to then being back at my desk and using my mouse again. Like, my desk is the correct height. It's great. I have an adjustable height desk, as is my chair. But it's adjusting from one kind of action to a different kind of action. You know what I mean? And so... Yeah. I wouldn't doubt that I also slept on it funny at some point, because the bed that I was sleeping in while I was on tour was not exactly the best bed, whereas my bed at home is fucking great. But even, so, going from a bad situation to a good situation can still take some adjustment, you know? Okay, once again we have a single word hanging out down here, annoyingly. Sleeping outside is a total coin flip. Exactly. Like, this time, the place that they put us up in had literal children's bunk beds. It was spoopy. I was real glad when the other person who actually took the top bunk happened to be kind of on the shorter side as well, because that was a whole lot. It was real creaky every time, you know? Okay, I feel like I don't need to include anything in this paragraph about, like, agreeing to this before well... Because we've already talked about the fact that, like, consequences and harm should be declared and figured out before a roll is even made. Let's see. Want to decide what that harm means mechanically. Okay. That still reads okay, and it gets rid of the dangling word there. Alright, moving on. When an NPC suffers harm, however, the GM is solely in control of what happens to them. They can take suggestions from the players, of course, but just like they always have control over what ultimately happens to their character. But just like the players always have control over what happens to their characters, the GM has final say on the fate of NPCs. The GM should apply the same narrative concepts of harm to the NPCs as are being applied to the PCs. If a player character would be able to shrug something off, then so should a non-player character. This paragraph is probably pushing the top end length of a paragraph. I could theoretically bump this down, but I don't think it's a new enough thought to justify its own paragraph. And now we reach the big one, death. Character death can be a tough subject in TTRPGs, but because ProtoDrive eschews combat for the drama of racing cars, we can treat it more narratively than other games. Have a more structured idea of harm and injuries. It can treat the subject more narratively than other games that have more structured idea of harm and injuries. It treats the subject. Than games that have a more structured idea of harm and injuries. Okay, that reads well. Much like harm, the death of a player character will always be that player's choice. There should always be a narrative space for a character to make it out of even the most fiery crash with their life intact, even if they elect to carry some extra baggage after surviving such a terrible thing. Extra emotional or physical baggage. Let's go with something a little more damage. We'll stick with baggage. After surviving such a terrible thing. On the other hand, if it would make narrative sense for a character to pass on, and it would heighten the drama without causing real-world harm, then a player should be free to retire a character when it would naturally make sense for them to have a tragic demise. NPCs are equally affected by the same concepts. If the story being told is one of invincible heroes who suffer the scrapes and bruises, but ultimately stand up to race another day, it doesn't make sense for the GM to have NPCs falling like flies. However, having a beloved NPC suddenly lose their life can be a fantastic way for a GM to shake up overconfident players in a game with deadly consequences on the line. I was once told that other games' comparatives should be sparing if possible, so just death is handled as a narrative approach even if your car breaks down or similar. True. Character death can be a tough subject. Hello, Hit People Guy! How are you doing today? I don't know, like, normally I try to be like, I would agree with you on this one, Caster, because, like, you know, I'm not trying to be like, we're not like those other games, but at the same time, I am trying to drive home the fact that don't think about this as a combat game. Don't think about this as an expansion for Lancer or D&D or things like that. They may and may have not, though it would be unlikely, have played another TTRPG before, so don't have to, so don't have the comparison. That is a good point, though. So how's this feel then? Character death can be a tough subject in any story, but because ProtoDrive eschews combat for the drama of racing cars, it deals with the subject in a narrative way rather than a strict structure that tracks harm and injuries. Eventually leading... we'll leave it like that then. Because I was going to say eventually leading to a character's demise, but I don't want to change the next paragraph where I do like having the word demise. You are... Okay, getting back up to the chat. Big tired, but things are going okay in general. How about you all? I'm doing well. Still kind of in recovery mode from my tour, but it was a very profitable couple of weeks for us. My shoulder's acting up, but that's just because I'm going from, like, doing a lot of big performing with big arms and pointing people in specific directions and all that sort of stuff, to being at my desk a lot and using my mouse again. That is to say, the edit sounds good. Okay, cool. Ooh, that tracks grievous injuries. Because I use harm again in the next sentence, so it makes more sense to kind of remove that word there. Much like harm, the death of a player character will always be that player's choice. There should always be narrative space for a character to make it out of even the most fiery crash with their life intact, even if they like to carry some extra emotional or physical baggage after surviving such a terrible thing. On the other hand, if it would make narrative sense for a character to pass on, and it would heighten the drama without causing real-world harm, then a player should be free to retire a character. Oh, actually, hang on. Because I talk about NPCs in the next thing. For a PC, to make it out of even the most fiery crash with their life intact, even if they like to carry some extra. On the other hand... for a PC. If it would make sense, make narrative sense for a PC to pass on, and it would heighten the drama without causing real-world harm, then a player should feel free to retire a character when it would naturally make sense for them to have a tragic demise. For that character to have a tragic demise. Just for the clarity of, like, the player is not dying, the character is dying. You know what I mean? Ba 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 ba. You die in the game, you die for real! Exactly, exactly. Da, 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 da. Be under... Should always be the choice of player controlling that character. There should always be narrative space for a PC to make it out of even the most fiery crash with their life intact, even if they elect, even if the player elects to have their character carry some extra emotional or physical baggage after surviving such terrible So I like where this paragraph is now going, but again, we are left with a single dangling word, and I don't like that. Like harm, the death of a player character should always be the choice of the player controlling that character. Should always be narrative space for a PC to make it out of even the most fiery crash with their life intact, even if the player elects to have that character carry some extra emotional and or physical scars. Dang it! Okay, well, boo. we were one letter too long. Beans. After surviving what if we did some new emotional or physical... Ah, beans! Oh. Drop the size of the spaces, squeeze it in. Yeah, no, I hear ya. It's real tempting sometimes. Death of player will always be the choice. They're controlling that character. There should always be narrative space for a PC to make it out of even the most I could add some extra descriptions to the crash and essentially just add some link to the paragraph. To the most fiery mangled crash with their life intact. Oh, hang on. Car mangling. Most fiery car mangling crash with their life intact. Whoop, and we have more lyrics. And I keep thinking I found all of these. There we go. Not that I don't like those songs, but again, I just don't want to get struck because of somebody, like, some singer's voice getting brought in. Okay, so much like Harm, the death of a player character will always be the choice of the player controlling that character. There should always be narrative space for a PC to make it out of even the most fiery car-mangling crash with their life intact, even if the player elects to have that character carry some new emotional or physical scars after surviving such a terrible thing. But yeah, it's hard to talk over them too. Exactly. Okay, that paragraph now feels good. And I think I'm going to bump this next one down so that we don't just have 3 lines hanging out on the next page. On the other hand, if it would make narrative sense for a PC to pass on, and it would heighten the drama without causing real-world harm, then a player should be free to retire a character when it would naturally make sense for that character to have a tragic demise. So that's a long-ass sentence. Let's see if we can break that up. Maybe not, though. It's a one-sentence paragraph, but, like, it does make sense, you know? I'm not writing fiction, necessarily, so I'm writing for clarity. I don't know. Do y'all think that should be broken up into multiple sentences, or does that flow nicely? Oh. Ah. That's what's tickling my foot. Actually, hang on. Let's bring the size up so it's a little easier to read on screen. Paragraph size here is so small, it being one sentence isn't too dense of a read. Okay, fair enough. Like, it's one of those things where, because it's collimated, having smaller paragraphs makes a little more sense to me, because that way each paragraph is a specific idea, you know? NPCs are equally affected by the same concepts. If the story is being told, or the story being told is one of invincible heroes who suffer scrapes and bruises, yeah. Oh, goodness, excuse me. The story being told is one of invincible heroes who suffer scrapes and bruises. Let's go with gnarly scrapes and bruises, but ultimately stand up to race another day. It doesn't make sense for the GM to have NPCs falling like flies. However, having a beloved NPC suddenly lose their life can be a fantastic way for a GM to shake up overconfident players in a game with deadly consequences on the line. Does it sound as where deadly consequences are on the line? Yeah, that feels a little bit better. Okay, despite how exciting their lives can get, drivers are ultimately people. They work day jobs, have relationships, and live lives outside the meetup. Exactly what kind of day-to-day life the player characters get up to depends on the players. The PCs get up to depends on the players, the GM, and the kind of narrative the group is weaving. And what kind of narrative the group is weaving. Together. There we go. Okay, problem solved. Not working on that too hard. Some stories don't dwell on the downtime. One group might want to focus on the major events and spend most of their time only on the major events and spend most of their time tearing up the tarmac. Another might spend most of their playtime in between races, really getting into the nitty-gritty of things. Oh, hello?
Mom! Can you help me get a snack off the high shelf?
I mean, I can, sweetie, but aren't you taller than me at this point?
Yeah, but you have that grabby spell that I don't.
Okay, that's fair. I keep telling you to practice. Well, anyway, I'm not gonna harsh you on stream. Anywho, yeah, let's go ahead and head on over to a commercial break real quick. I got one of those coming up anyway. I'll go and get Dare a snack, and maybe I'll get a snack myself while I'm at it. I think I got some snack foods for me as well as the kids the last time I went to Costco. So, yep, we'll be back. Read her for filth. Learn the grab spell. Anywho, yeah, we'll be back in about 5 minutes, and I will see you all on the other side of the commercials. Alrighty, sweetie. So I know we've got M&Ms, but if you're feeling something a little bit more salty, I think we've got like instant grits if you want something like that. Plus we got those cup noodles. Those are always good. Alrighty, so some stories don't dwell on the downtime. Such a group might want to focus only on the major events and spend most of their time tearing up the tarmac. Another might spend most of their playtime in between races, really getting into the nitty-gritty details. The amount of in-game time between meetups is equally flexible. It may only be a few hours or might extend to months or even years while the characters pursue their normal lives. There always has to be some downtime between meetups, otherwise you're just continuing the same meetup. Living the life. Downtime in ProtoDrive. Sorry, I keep finding like hairballs. Really need to clean the carpet in here. Downtime in ProtoDrive tends to be very open and narrative, giving rise to freeform play that extends who the drivers are as characters. Sometimes, though, a player might want to do something specific and trackable. In this case, use one of the downtime actions, which have a more formal structure. Hello, Fanboy MS Prime! We are working on ProtoDrive today. Essentially, like, we're focused today is doing mild rewrites and truncating and, adjusting paragraphs for better layout, and whenever we come across them, adjusting tables so that they better fit a style across the book. So feel free to open up a project and work on it alongside us, you know? Freeform plays exactly like it sounds like, or what it sounds like. PCs taking part in it are engaging with the story and creating new branches of it by talking to one another, visiting NPCs, and generally acting in character. There might be the occasional skill check involved, but it's mostly just about advancing the plot, either personal or grand. Sorry you didn't say much last time. Frankly, couldn't hear much because I got a boiler right behind me and it was going pretty much the entire time you were on. Oh no! Well, did you at least have fun hanging out? That's the important part, you know? Downtime actions, on the other hand, are specific activities that allow the players to accumulate resources for future use. Each player usually gets one, maybe two downtime actions per downtime. Other games might have a more formal system for this, but here the concept is handled more loosely. Yeah, I guess we can just get rid of that entire sentence. Make that a whole new paragraph. If a downtime action would allow a driver to acquire or create an item, then it's treated as a piece of gear they can choose during the rundown to bring along with them. If it's something more ephemeral, however, they should get a hold or forward for their actions, depending on how long the effect should last. I think this paragraph might be pointless now because I don't think we kept in the idea of holds and forwards in this version of the game. Like, let's... Yeah, no, we straight up did. We, right there, removed holds and forwards. Gone! Gone, gone the form of man, come the demon Etrigan. Now that being said, do I want to bump this? Yeah, I think I will. Because that makes sense there. Ooh, you know what though? Hang on. Let's do this. Because it is important to make a note of if a downtime action would allow a driver to acquire or create an item, then it's treated as a piece of gear they can choose during their rundown to bring with them. Now, it feels weird to have that in the same paragraph. But these are two very short paragraphs, if not. But again, like it's where I'm thinking about paragraphs as like units of ideas, and this is almost like a sub-paragraph to that paragraph, if you know what I mean. But it feels different enough to justify it being a separate thing, you know? I don't know. If y'all disagree, let me know, and I'll continue the conversation about it. Even when downtime actions do come into play, downtime is almost entirely narrative. Unless it's what the group wants, don't worry about focusing on every single moment. Instead, just play through the important bits. Depending on the situation, tables shouldn't worry about let's do it. No. I think that works. That reads fine. Depending on the situation, a single roll could cover the entirety of the group's downtime, and this could span minutes, days, or even years. As a general rule, the outcome of a roll made during downtime should make sense in the context of the narrative. If the characters are doing something that would take months of dedicated work, then it should have much greater effect than something they do on a whim over the course of an afternoon. And we're going to change that to a for instance, because we're using for examples where we're telling like specific in-universe stories. But for instances to show off possible things. So for instance, if one of the drivers is trying to learn a new skill, but only has a few days, then they won't become an expert, but they'll certainly pick up the basics. If time is going to skip forward by 6 months, however, they'll be a lot more advanced. Okay. What if we did it this way? No, that didn't really change much. So, for instance, if one of the drivers is trying to learn a new skill, but only has a few days, then they won't become an expert, but can certainly pick up the basics. Time is going to skip forward by 6 months at the end of the downtime. They'll be a lot more advanced. I'm trying to remove any references to, like, a specific person, so anytime there's a reference to you or things like that. For some specific examples of resources the drivers might want to bring along, here are a few charts of things they might do some work to collect. That feels repetitive. So here's a chart, because I only ended up doing one chart. Hmm. I feel like there's a better way to make the point I'm trying to make here. I'm trying to describe how an ephemeral idea can be turned into specific items. In case of resources, here's a chart of specific examples of items drivers might want. What did it? Might find useful based on more general concepts? So the idea is that if players give you a general concept like, I want to find a way in, or I want to pick up some supplies, or let's get some disguises, this gives you an idea of like, here are some specific things you can do to fulfill that desire. Let's see. Oh, I did not know that the art book is available now. Ooh. Hang on. Because I actually just bought the art book for Paradise Killer when it went on sale. So yeah, definitely need to pick that up as well. Let's see, sorry, we're closed. Yeah, a ton of pieces from C. Bedford to look at. Yes, please. Exactly. Oh my goodness, it's 141 pages? Yes, please. I will absolutely be pulling that down and taking a look at it later, but that's a later thing. Thank you for letting me know, Caster. That's amazing. So, for instance, okay. In case drivers have a general idea of what kind of resources they're after. But none of the specifics. Here's a chart of example items. You might find useful. Many of these could be gained. Gained. Many of these could be gained. Either through I listen, I make fun of it because I'm the one who damn well typed it. Like I generally cover my old accent pretty well, but yeah, no, that accent sure is lurking just below the surface. And either through good roleplay, a skill check or two, or through appropriate downtime actions. Of course, if they just want to go after resources in general, GM can always roll on the chart for a random result. So let's reread that paragraph on its own and then in context. So in case the drivers have a general idea of what kind of resources, have only a general idea of what kind of resources they're after, but none of the specifics, here's a chart of example items they might find useful. Many of these could be gained either through good roleplay with a skill check or two, or through appropriate downtime actions. Of course, if they just want to go after resources in general, the GM can always roll on the chart for a random result. Okay, so on its own, that feels good. Let's read it in context with this whole column. Even when downtime actions do come into play, downtime is almost entirely narrative. Unless it's what the group wants, don't worry about focusing on every single moment, and instead just play through the important bits. Depending on the situation, a single roll could cover the entirety of the group's downtime, and this could span minutes, days, or even years. As a general rule, the outcome of a roll made during downtime should make sense in the context of the narrative. The characters that do something that will take months of dedicated work, then should have a much greater effect than something that you do on a whim over the course of an afternoon. For instance, if one of the drivers is trying to learn a new skill, but only has a few days, then they won't become an expert, but can certainly pick up the basics. If time is instead going to skip... is instead going to skip forward by 6 months at the end of the downtime, and then I can remove the work however, they'll become a lot more advanced. In case the drivers have only a general... in case the drivers are after resources, after resources, but only have a general idea of what they want, here's a chart of example items they might find useful. Many of these could be gained either through good roleplay, the skill check or two, or after specific resources, or after resource. There's something missing from this first sentence. In case the drivers are after resources but only have a general idea of what they want. Here's a chart of example items they might find useful. Many of those could be gained through the bit. I mean, we could change it to a broad idea. Thank you very much for the hydration meat stick. Always appreciated. In case the drivers are after resources but only have a broad idea of what they want. What if we go, in case the drivers are after resources with a goal in mind, but only have a broad idea of what they want, here's a chart of example items they might find useful. Many of these could be gained either through good roleplay, with a skill check or two, or through appropriate downtime actions. Of course, if they just want to go after resources in general, to save for later, excuse me. The GM can roll on the chart for a random result. Whenever they gain... whenever the crew gains something. If the crew just wants to go after resources in general to save for later, the GM can roll on the chart for a random result. So, in case the drivers are after resources with a goal in mind, but only have a broad idea of what they actually want, here's a chart of example items they might find useful. Many of these could be gained either through good roleplay, with a skill check or two, or through appropriate downtime actions. Of course, if the crew just wants to go after resources in general to save for later, the GM can roll on the chart for a random result instead. Can instead... Nah. Can just... No, well, let's just go with the GM can roll on the chart for a random result. Okay, now what was the size of the outline that I switched to? I'm gonna go take a look at one of my other tables that I've already made modifications to. The line thickness there is 2.25, and using a level 3 shading. As for why I'm adjusting the outline size half a thing at a time, I have learned the hard way that I will get frustrated if I accidentally misclick and deselect everything. Oh, that's not what I'm looking for. There we go. Make that a little darker. Make that one transparent, and then we adjust these. Let's see, is this the vocal version or no? No, it is not. Okay. Yeah, this gives it like our header row a subtle little bit of dimness and keeps the alternation going between the different lines. Okay, downtime actions. When you do need to perform a time-consuming process, okay. When one or more of the PCs need to perform a time-consuming process, but don't necessarily want to play out the entire thing. Downtime actions are the way to go. Goodness gracious, this soundtrack for Cuphead really does drive home the like rubber hose animation style, because like I immediately want to start bouncing when I hear this. Unless the downtime is going to be particularly long, players should only get one downtime action per downtime. And depending on what it is, it might be the only thing they do in that downtime. Okay, so we got a dangling word here, which means we need to either reduce or expand on something in this. When one more of the PCs need to perform time-consuming process, but don't necessarily want to play out every moment of it. Downtime actions are the way to go. Unless the downtime is going to be particularly long, players should only get one downtime action per downtime, and depending on what it is, what they on which they choose, might be the only thing they get to do in that downtime. Okay. I like more flexible skill checks, which can be redefined every time a character performs them. Downtime actions should always have either the exact same or functionally similar results based on whether character doing them succeeds, fails, or rolls a 20 plus. Most will have a list of possible outcomes that will guide what the characters can get out of doing them. If no dice need to be rolled to check for success, be rolled, check for success. Wait, hang on. Oh, okay, hang on. If dice need to be rolled, to check for success, player can add triggers as to the total as if it were a skill check. While there are some concrete outcomes attached to each downtime action, they're intentionally vague to allow the GM and players to fill in appropriate details for their story. Okay, so the way it's written right now is you are free to go into as much or as little detail as you like. Feel free to go into as much or as little detail as needed, or as appropriate. The way that sentence ends up is for your table, which still involves a direct speaking to the reader, which I'm trying to avoid. Oh, there. Just get rid of that last sentence entirely and turn this paragraph into another single sentence. While there are some concrete outcomes attached to each downtime action, they're intentionally vague to allow the GM and the players to fill in an appropriate amount of details for their story. The downtime actions listed below are just a starting point and are not intended to be exhaustive. If you think of one that would be unique, relevant, and useful to your group, use the ones provided as a rough template for how yours should look. Oofa doofa, okay. Okay, so how can we change the format of this to get across the same point? If a GM or players think of one that would be unique, relative, and useful to their group. They should use the ones provided as a rough template for how their new option should look and work. That feels too divorced from a given situation, though. GMs. More players should feel free to propose unique, relevant, and useful new options to their group. GMs and players can build on these template ideas to create unique and dramatic downtimes that fit the story they're telling together. Ooh, I do like that. So let's take a look at yours and take another look at mine. So GMs and players can build on these template ideas. Create unique and dramatic downtimes that fit the story they're telling together. Hang on, let's... These will eventually become... and build on these ideas, create unique and dramatic downtime actions that fit the story they're telling together. Okay, so yes, I definitely like parts of where yours is, like, there are parts of yours that I like and there are parts of mine that I like, and I want to see if I can merge those ideas together. Should feel free to use the actions. Oh, hello?
Someone's flirting with Dad again.
Oh my goodness, this is the second time today. Are we talking like just basic flirting, or is like somebody really getting in his grill?
Well, he sent me to get you.
Okay. At this point, I think he likes being the damsel in distress, as it were. Okay, we'll continue iterating on this when we get back. I think we're definitely onto something. And combining the language of both really will be a useful way of kind of creating a new statement here. But we'll hit more on that when I get back from commercial break. How about that? So stand up, stretch, do all that good stuff, get yourself a snack, and we'll be back in 5. Seriously. He just likes it when I come out and act all defensive, doesn't he? option for how that section can read now. So, the downtime actions listed below are just a starting point and are not intended to be exhaustive, excuse me. GMs and players should feel free to use the actions, to use them as templates and create their own, or to create their own unique and dramatic downtime actions that fit the story they're telling together. I think that combines ideas from both versions into something that works really beautifully well. So, work for it. When you want to get your hands on something that's well above your normal pay grade, you'll have to work for it. So, here is where I'm kind of okay with directly addressing the reader, because, like, that feels correct here, if that makes sense. Like, this is something that that person or character is trying to do. So does that make sense? Is there followable logic? Like, I generally avoid that sort of direct communication, but it feels right here because, like, the work for it action is used when you want to get your hands on something that's well above your normal pay grade. You'll have to work for it. Or should I just continue with this process and say when a character wants to get their hands on something that's well above their normal pay grade? See, I've said it out loud. Yep. The character wants to get their hands on something that's well above their normal pay grade. It feels very BTA in writing tone. Yeah. Explain what you want. If the GM agrees, you can definitely get it. But they have to pick... But they get to pick one or two things from the following list, depending on how outlandish what you want is. It's going to take more time than you hope. It is going to be risky. You'll have to give up something in exchange. Bleh. So, all of these are good things, but again, we've got little dangling single words here. I also feel like indenting the bullet points isn't something I did earlier. I'm pretty sure... No, they are. Okay. Alright. Alright, I guess previous bullet points have been indented like that. Huh. Okay. Dang it! Okay, in scrolling back through earlier stuff, I discovered I didn't do as much of an edit as I thought I had earlier in the book. I apparently need to go back over part 1, part 0 and part 1 to do more edits. Beans. Okay. We'll do that. Now you'll have to give up something in exchange for what you want. You're going to piss someone off, a powerful individual or organization. Things are not going to go according to plan and in a bad way. What you get isn't in very good shape. What you get isn't in very good shape. I feel like there's a way to describe that as is damaged or old. Well, maybe that's it. Maybe it's what you get is damaged or old. What you were looking for wasn't where you thought it was, but now you know where it really is. You get something that isn't quite what you were looking for. Delay the inevitable. Even though the clock is ticking, you try to wind it back and delay the inevitable. This won't solve the problem on its own, but it can delay it, so you can enact a plan that just might fix things. Describe your plan and roll. On a 9 or less, you can get an extension, but only if you do something to prove that you're serious. Otherwise, what you're afraid of is still coming to pass, and too soon. On a 10 to 19, you gain some breathing room, but the end result starts to look more dire. If you're unable to solve the problem and have to try this again, treat this result as a 9 or less. On a 20 plus, you manage to smooth things over amicably, at least until the next downtime. If you're unable to solve the problem and have to try this again, though, treat this result as a 10 to 19. Okay, cool. That works well. Word on the street. Listening to the word on the street is a great way to find information. People know things, and if you get them talking, they're usually willing to say more than they probably should. Public chat rooms, notes left in graffiti. Oh, actually, hang on, let's do that. Public chat rooms, notes left in graffiti, and people complaining to one another as they smoke in an alleyway behind their jobs. All of these and more are ripe sources of knowledge if you can be either friendly enough to become part of the conversation or just sneaky enough to overhear it. Name your subject and how you want to research them, and roll. Oh. I think we've been stung by bees! Yep, this is literally just called Stung by Bee. Amazing. I too feel this way whenever I'm stung by a bee. It does not feel good. So yeah, name your subject and how you want to research them, and roll. On a 9 or less, choose one. You find out what you wanted to know, but it was more trouble than it was worth. You avoid suspicion, but didn't hear anything of use. On a 10 to 19, you get the info you wanted, but choose one. Word gets around that you are asking questions, or someone you trust gets the wrong idea and your relationship with them suffers. On a 20 plus, the intel practically comes to you and there are no consequences. A night on the town. Sometimes you just need to have a night on the town to relax, meet new people, and take your mind off things. It's also a great way of building new connections, deepening old ones, and checking in about the latest gossip. There's usually a bit of trouble involved, but nothing you won't be able to laugh off in the morning. Probably. Oh, you gotta head for dinner, but good to catch you. Have a great winter holiday. Thank you very much, Castor. I hope you have a lovely dinner, and that we will see you again soon. I'm actually going to leave... Okay, is this better to leave as a single word, or drop down and make its own paragraph? I kind of want to drop it down and make it its own paragraph, because that's funny. There's usually a bit of trouble involved, but nothing you won't be able to laugh off in the morning. Probably. Explain your intent and roll. On a 9 or less, you still get to decide whether you had a good time or not, but you wake up in a back alley the next morning. But you do wake up in the back alley the next morning, missing 2 of these, or minus 2 of these things. Your dignity, everything you had with you, or your memory of the evening. And there should definitely be a period behind each of these. On a 10 to 19, gain 1 of these, but also lose 1. A good place to hang out. Someone's trust. A personal item or secret. An opportunity. On a 20 plus, gain 2 from the 10 to 19 and don't lose list, and don't you gain 2 things from the 10 to 19 list and don't lose anything. Also, wake up in a back alley the next morning, minus. Let's add a column break. 10 to 19, you gain 1 of these things. Nope. Also lose 1. On a 20 plus, you gain 2 things from the 10 to 19 list. And don't lose anything. Again, we've got a dangling word there. Let's just be dramatic about it. On a 20 plus, you gain 2 things from the 10 to 19 list and don't lose anything at all! Exclamation point. Personal project. Days off can just become more work when you become engrossed in a personal project. These are always fulfilling once they're completed, but that process can sometimes be an uphill battle. Describe your project, create a progress clock, and roll. On a 9 or less, every step forward seems to come with 2 steps back, but you know if you keep trying, you'll figure something out. You get this result again on the same project. Treat it as a 10 to 19. Thank you very much for the coin toss, Voldaris. I appreciate you being here.
Mm-hmm.
I also appreciate you for keeping me hydrated. How are you doing today? Progress. Fuck. Let's see. Okay. 9 or less. Every step forward seems to come with 2 steps back. But you know if you keep trying, you'll figure something out. Do not fill in any segments on the progress clock. You get this result again on the same project, treat it as a 10 to 19 instead. So on a 9 or less, every step forward comes with 2 steps, or seems to come with 2 steps back. But you know you'll figure something out eventually. Do not fill any segments on the progress clock. You get this result again on the same project, treat it as a 10 to 19 instead. On a 10 to 19, you make solid progress on your project, but there's still work to be done. Fill one section of the progress clock. You can fill a second section of the clock if you have something to help push it forward, such as high-quality materials, specialized knowledge, industrial tools, or a mentor to help you. On a 20 plus, you make a breakthrough. Fill 3 sections of the progress clock. Doing okay, buddy? Making the rounds in your current Total War addiction. We in China currently with 3 kingdoms. Party parrot. Ooh, fair enough, fair enough. Like, I am excited that Warhammer 40k Total War is going to be a thing that exists, but I don't know if it's going to be a thing I ever play. Because for some reason, my brain never quite, like, got the Total War game mechanics. Which is weird, because I used to play a lot of like StarCraft and Warcraft back in the day when those were still, like overhead strategy games. But I don't know. It just the Total War franchise never quite clicked with me. I've tried a bunch of different variations of it. Astounding breakthrough. There we go. Oh, actually, hang on. Ah, beans. Okay. Well, 3 sections of the progress clock. Okay, well, there we are then. Try a new hobby. When your old form of entertainment becomes as serious as your real job, sometimes you have to try a new hobby to blow off some steam. Name something new you want to try out, or something about yourself you want to improve, e.g. a skill or academic subject. The GM will then help you figure out a new +2 trigger based on the practice or training you'll be doing as a result. You can also use this to improve an existing trigger from +2 to +4 or +4 to +6. Do some serious work. For some people, racing is just what they do on the weekends because they've got bills to pay. Or maybe you've got a cause you believe in that would fall apart without your tireless efforts. If this is the case, then you've got to do some serious work. Oh, hello! Welcome, welcome, welcome! I should reread Animorphs. It's been at least 15 or 20 years since I last read Animorphs. How are you today, Look Who's Doggin'? You were just doing some just chatting. What were you just chatting about today? Right now we are working on the next version of ProtoDrive, which is going to include a lot of new GM section stuff and all of that. I'm also doing some major layout changes and language cleanup to make it like sort of not apply better, but like to be better to read. Good. You were giving a lecture on. Oh, you were giving a lecture on why you should read Animorphs in the year 2025. I mean, that's always a good idea, especially because Animorphs is both anti-war and pro-resistance to fascism, and pro-trans and LGBTQ rights and all those sorts of fun things. So yeah, please, even if the previous stream did not convince you, or if you are just hanging out here, then yes, please reread Animorphs. It's amazing. Oh, and Blasty's just getting home. Time to write up the next card for your Pathfinder game. Ooh, fun, fun, fun. But yeah, thank you for being here today. If anybody has never met me before, my name is Sheela Ornthalis. I'm the hostess and madam at the Come and Go Tavern, a full-service tavern in the town of Hope, in the... I don't really know, like, if we're a district. We're not really a country anymore. We're on the continent of Vania, but technically the region, that's the word everybody uses. I have too many languages in my brain. In the region of Wyndham. Formerly the Wyndham Empire, but now just, it's just Wyndham. Because we're not really an empire anymore for good reasons. But anyway, don't have time to get into that amount of lore and history. Yeah, on Tuesdays, I do work on TTRPGs. On Fridays, I do Final Fantasy stuff. Currently working my way through the Final Fantasy XIV MSQ, but will be playing the Final Fantasy VII remakes when I run out of MSQ. And then on Saturdays, I play tactics games. Voldaris, I remember Animorphs, but do not think you ever read any of those. It was a Goosebumps kid for that area. Oh, okay, so you were on that side of the Scholastics book fair. That's fair. That's fair. Everybody had their own flavor. But yeah, if you have any interest in sort of, fighting the good fight and moving in the right direction that history ultimately does, where people have more rights and everybody is treated equally and all that sort of stuff, you should definitely give Animorphs a read. And yes, I am doing well today. Thank you very much. I am super duper happy to be back from my tour that took me away from streaming for 2 weeks. Literally, I know, like, it's easy for people to assume, like, oh, you're just talking about it because it's part of your character. But no, literally, I was on tour for 2 weeks as the front of house manager for a Renaissance festival. So I spent that 2 weeks, basically just trying to make sure that everybody got their tickets and make sure that, like, everybody went to the right place. Like, if you purchased your tickets online, head to the gate to skip. Or if you purchased your tickets ahead of time, head to the gate to skip the line. If instead making purchases new, then please join our tickets queue. That sort of a thing, and being a little rhyming bitch. And generally just amusing enough to get customers to actually do what they need to do to get into the fair. Because holy moly, punters do not pay attention otherwise. But anyway, happy to be back. So happy to be back. And working on stuff again and being around y'all. Because you're all wonderful people, Okay, so right now we're working through making adjustments to the various downtime actions that are usable in ProtoDrive. So let's continue that. Do some serious work. For some people, racing is just what they do on the weekends because they've got bills to pay. Or maybe you've got a cause you believe in that would fall apart without your tireless efforts. If this is the case, then you've got to do some serious work in between events. Name the organization you work for and state its purpose or goal, then choose a focus for it. Academia, business, crime, entertainment, humanitarianism, industry, or politics. The organization begins with +2 in either efficiency or influence, and +0 in the other. Efficiency determines how effectively your organization does its business. Influence is how big it is, how far its reach goes, and how good its reputation is. When your organization directly assists you in an activity, you may add either its efficiency or influence as a bonus to any ensuing checks. Efficiency is used when performing activities related to your organization's focus. Influence is used for acquiring assets, creating opportunities, or swaying public opinion. Each downtime after the first, roll. On a 9 or less, choose one, or your organization is immediately disbanded. The organization loses either 2 efficiency or 2 influence to a minimum of 0. If both are already at 0, you cannot choose this option. Da, 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 da. So we got a couple of 9 or less. Choose one of the options below, or immediately disband your organization. The organization loses either 2 efficiency or 2 influence to a minimum of 0. If both are already at 0, you cannot choose this option. If I do that, okay, nope. Loses 2 from, whoop. Either efficiency or influence to a minimum of 0. If both are already at 0, you cannot choose this option. Okay, there we go. Your organization needs to pay debts, make an uncharacteristic move, or ask help from someone inconvenient. You choose which, but the GM decides what the consequences are. There we go. On a 10 to 19, things are going well for your organization. Increase either efficiency or influence by +2 to a maximum of +6. On a 20 plus, things are going really well for your organization. Increase both efficiency and influence by +2 to a maximum of +6. Once you do some serious work, you must roll for your organization every downtime, but doing so doesn't count as a downtime action. Okay. Very cool. We're going to go with doing so no longer counts as a downtime action. So, next up, make some calls. Sometimes your crew won't be enough to do what needs to get done. So you need to make some calls. Maybe it's cashing in a favor or promising one in return for an advance. But you're reaching out to your contacts for a bit of assistance either way. Name the person or group you're contacting, then roll. On a 9 or less, they'll help you, but you need to do something for them right now. If you can't or won't, they'll leave you high and dry. On a 10 to 19, your contact will offer their assistance, but you'll owe them something similar later. If you fail to follow through, treat this result like a 9 or less if you need to ask help from them again. On a 20 plus, you talk your way into getting the help you need, no strings attached. Treat this result as a 10 to 19 the next time you go back to the same person or group. Beg, borrow, steal, and if you have to, buy. Can I do... I don't want to shorten this to get it down onto one line, but I feel like that's what I'm going to have to do. If you know what you're looking for is out there, but you don't want to pay full price, it's time to beg, borrow, steal, or buy it. Maybe it's a brand new car part right off the back of the truck, or some new experimental mod that shouldn't be on the market yet. Or it could be just the latest Or it could just be the latest movie and the price of media has gotten too ridiculous. In any case, you'll be damned if you're paying full price. Let's go with that. Okay, if you know what you're looking for is out there, but let's just shorten it down to beg, borrow, or steal. So if you know what you're looking for is out there, but you don't want to pay full price, it's time to beg, borrow, or steal it. Maybe it's a brand new car part right off the back of the truck, or some new experimental mod that shouldn't be on the market yet. It could even just be the latest movie, and the price of media has just gotten too ridiculous. Alright. Oh, yeah? Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. Alright, so this is feeling a little bit long, and obviously we've got a single word dangling off the end here. So if you know what you're looking for is out there, but you don't want to pay full price, it's time to beg, borrow, or steal. Okay, so we can get rid of even just that word off the end there. Maybe it's a brand new car part right off the back of the truck. Or some new experimental mod that shouldn't be on the market yet. Might even just be the latest movie. In any case, you'll be damned if you're paying full price. Name what you're after and roll. Okay. So let's just go ahead and bump this entire section over to the next column. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Why don't we just... do that, and that way if we get some art that can kind of go in the background here, that shows that off really nicely. Yeah. Name what you want, what you're after, and roll. On a 9 or less, you get what you want, but choose one. It was stolen and the owner wants it back. It's chipped, gross, or slightly broken. chipped, gross, slightly broken, or some combination of all three. Does that make sense? Yeah. Or, you know what? Let's go with otherwise soiled. Otherwise soiled. Someone else bought it already, and they won't give it up without some convincing. On a 10 to 19, you get what you want, but choose what price you pay for your discount. Dignity, knowledge, reputation, and time. On a 20 plus, your silver tongue wins out, and you talk them down to whatever you're willing to pay. There we go. Okay, cool. So, part 2 is now adjusted, but I did discover earlier that part 1 needs some adjustment as well. Ooh, and also, why is that way? So let's see if we can't... Let's pop that. Whoop. Format that into single column. Then we make that normal text and size 1. And then from there, we insert a page break. There we go. Cool, and that actually makes it make more sense that we moved this up to its own column. Awesome. Okay. So, let's mark part 2 as edit complete. And we're gonna go back up to the very start. And the peaceful sounds of the crickets fall to deferential silence. For a few seconds, there is nothing. Then the sonic void is suddenly filled to bursting with wavering rumbles and high-pitched mechanical whines. Guttural growls. Lights dance between the trees in bright white, yellow, and red. Bright white, amber, and red is more technically correct. Harbingers of the speeding chariots of modern times. A flash of light and sound, yada yada yada, da, 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 da. This is still Earth, but different. Maybe it's not our Earth, but it's close enough that you'd be forgiven for forgetting that. Things aren't quite contemporary, but it was the moment that changed everything in this version of the world was when enough people... Okay, let's bump that to our next column. Oh, hello?
Hey, Mom! I'm having trouble with that dance move you showed me earlier.
Okay, show me what you got then, sweetie.
Up and down and...
Oh, okay, I see what's going on. Give me just a second to wrap this up and I'll come help you with that step, okay? Alrighty. So, do we want to just move the start of this onto the next page? You know what? Yeah, let's just go ahead and do that. So let's do a bit of creative column breaking here. There we go. And then that way we can do a little swish of art down here and it'll look good. Okay. ProtoDrive is inspired by so many things that it would be impossible to provide an exhaustive list, but here are a number of media sources that will give you a feel for the kind of fun the game is aiming to provide. Let's go with readers. A feel for the kind of... There we go. Alright, so I'm going to go on a commercial break real quick, help Lila out with that dance move. If you are, just sticking around, thank you very much for that. Stand up, stretch, refresh your drinks, do all that good stuff, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. And, hey, if you don't want to watch the commercials and just listen to the pretty music, then feel free to, support, or you just use an ad blocker. Either way, love to have you here and happy to co-work with you when we get back. Alright, see you soon. Alright, sweetie, so it's going to be a jump to the left and then a step to the right. And then you're going to put your hands on your hips. Yep, swing over the hands over and out on your hips. Hands in real tight. Okay, we are back. So, let's carry on then, shall we? This game uses a deeply modified version of Lancer by Massive Press as its core. There are a number of additions made to make the roleplay aspects more robust, and the math has been heavily tweaked for different kinds of challenges it presents. Thank you very much, Valdaris. Welcome back yourself. But anyone who's already familiar with the Mud Lasers Mech TTRPG should be able to slip into this system with relative ease. In ProtoDrive, the characters created by the players would appear to most others to just be normal people. They might spend most of their days working, going to school, or lazing about, but in their heart of hearts, they'd rather be driving. These are people who belong on the open road, knuckles pale as they wrench the wheel as hard as they can through a tight corner, the engine protesting as they throttle it for every ounce of horsepower they can get out of it. A driver is someone who can live without their car, but who'll never be complete without one. Gameplay is broken up into sections of dramatic narrative play between these drivers, created by the players and the various NPCs they'll be interacting with, and racing segments where the characters take to the roads to settle any differences they might have. This book is broken up into parts that will guide readers through the intricacy of the system. The purpose of Part 1 is to walk people through, is to explain the process of building drivers and cars. So first things first, let's bump that down. Oh, actually, hang on. Let's just go ahead and insert a column break there. Hello, Yukas. How are y'all doing? Hope you're doing well. Today we are working on more ProtoDrive, making adjustments to the book to kind of make it feel a little bit better, make it read a little bit better, remove minor annoyances, mostly just layout stuff, you know? Part 1 explains the process of building drivers and cars. Part 2 is about living it up and enjoying downtime. Have a game about characters. Play in it. Narrative play can be just as important as racing, and this part will give readers tools to make those personal moments come alive. Will give players the personal tools to, or the tools to make those personal moments come alive. Part 3 is all about racing. What to do before the starting gun is fired. How characters can hold their own on the road. And what happens when they cross the finish line. Hopefully in one piece and in first place, if possible. Done with work for the year. Ooh, for the year! Ooh, heck yeah. Love to hear that. Big day, yeah, absolutely. Part 4, the catalog, is where all of the character options, chassis, and parts needed to build the perfect car to match every driver can be found. Part 5 is the GM's Toolkit, which gives advice on adjudicating decisions, building non-player characters for the players to interact with, and with running races. Not section 6, part 6. Brings the book to a close with a setting guide. This brief description of the... I don't want to say canonical. I've stopped saying canonical. With the default, that was the word I started using. Because I want everybody to have the freedom to make whatever world they want their crew to run races in, you know? So this is just the default world. It's not necessarily canonical. There's no real canon to this game. It's just, hey, if you don't have time to create your own world, here's one you can play in by default. ProtoDrive. This brief description of the default world of ProtoDrive explains everything a GM might need to know about the basic fictional version of Earth. And they can use it as the setting for their own games. Might need to know about our fictional version of Earth, so they can use it as the setting for their own games if they don't want to create a world of their own. There we go. This brief description of the default world of ProtoDrive explains everything a GM might need to know about our fictional version of Earth, so they can use it as the setting for their games if they don't want to create a world of their own. We're just going to go ahead and insert a column break there, just so that it's physically present in the document. What you need. I'm trying to alter the book so that it doesn't, it normally doesn't speak directly to the reader. But every once in a while, I am going to leave those sorts of things in, such as with this header. That feels correct. ProtoDrive only uses two kinds of dice: 20-sided dice, D20, and 6-sided dice. Oof. Okay, so herein lies the problem. I need to rephrase this in a way. Yes, those are the two basic best kinds of dice. So, for this one, using a D20 still feels correct because, like, this is based off of the Lancer system. So we are inheriting the D20 from there. But I have a number of other systems that are going to intentionally only use D6s because those are the most broadly available type of dice anywhere in the world. Or even, and there's another system that I'm going to be working on after, like, my next big system after this one, called Combat Aces, that is actually going to use a deck of standard poker playing cards instead. Because again, that's a very universally available thing in most countries on the planet. And it's also, like, all about, flying, like, fighter pilots and aces. And so, like, there's just some good dovetailing there. Players will roll these dice to determine the outcome of any situations that have a chance of not going according to plan, such as a character talking to their crush, getting out of a jam, or taking a tight turn at way too high of a speed. Way too high a speed. Makes sense. But yeah, D20s and D6s, like the D20 is only just behind the D6 in terms of availability, so I'm happy to keep the D20 in this system. When the rules call for a player to make a roll, it will also tell them how many dice to roll. For example, 1d20 means they need to roll a single d20, whereas 2d6 means they need to roll 2d6s. Sometimes the rules will call for a player to roll 1d3. That's just shorthand for rolling 1d6 and having the results rounded up. When someone is called on to roll 1d3, a result of 1 or 2 on d6 equals 1, a 3 or 4 equals 2, and a 5 or 6 equals 3. ProtoDrive is best played with 2 to 4 players. Including the GM, but can be played with as few as 1 or as many as the GM feels is manageable. Each player will need at least 1d20, at least 2 d6s, and some paper or a character sheet to write down information and notes. There is also a digital character sheet that is distributed alongside this game. So for those playing online or allowing players to use computers at the table, feel free to use that. As well. But you can also use any word processing application to keep track of things. To assist with the more complicated math. However, any word processing application could also be used to keep track of things if that makes more sense for a given player. So for those playing online or wanting to use a computer at the table, this automated character sheet can assist with the more complicated math. However, any word processing application can also be used to keep track of things if that makes more sense for a given player. Okay. And this gets changed because yes, there is in fact a digital character sheet attached to the itch.io page. There wasn't at the time I wrote this originally. Unlike many tabletop games, ProtoDrive eschews grid or hex-based maps in favor of pre-made tiles. So actually, let's instead of grid or text-based maps. ProtoDrive uses pre-made tiles to create its racetracks. Each of these tiles can be mapped to a grid for easier use with virtual tabletops. But in doing so, make sure to keep using the spaces indicated on the tiles themselves, particularly in corners, since these are not always single squares. I got some earthbound sounding wacky music going on. So this is actually from Boktai. I want to say it's the second Boktai game. Yep, this is the Cathedral Basement from Zokubokuro no Taiyo, or Boktai 2, Solar Boy Django. Haven't heard that name in years. Yes, I deeply love Boktai. One of the other systems I'm actively working on right now, it's less involved than this one, but it is a dungeon crawler TTRPG based on Boktai. That instead of like a D20 system, uses the Caltrops core, which means it only uses D4s. It's really, really fun, tends to run really fast. You were so mad when you got a DS and realized it rendered the solar panel thing unusable. So, that's only true on some of the DSs. So the DSs that put the GBA slot on the bottom, still left the solar panel exposed, allowing it to be used. So this was the original DS, the DS Lite, and I think there was one other classification of the DS that still kept it usable. Yeah, because basically those were made to the same specs as the Game Boy Advance SP. So yeah, the end of particularly long. You had the wrong DS, you fool! No, you probably had one of the nicer DSs, to be completely honest, because like the original DS was large and clunky, and the DS Lite had some issues with the hinge, so they had to do some readjustments, shall we say. But it was just one of those things that like. That meant that this one particular series of games that made use of the ability to have the end of the GBA cartridge stick out a little bit, its usage was harmed a little, and it was like exactly 3 games. Oh, it was the OG DS. It just kind of, when the panel is on the bottom of the system, you have to lean away so you can no longer see the screen to get the sun juice all up in there. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I will admit that finding a good like way to tilt yourself, especially in those days, was a little bit difficult because the style of screen and backlighting on it was not strong enough to necessarily get the light exactly correct and still capture the sunlight that you needed. I kind of lucked. You gotta become some kind of NASA contortionist to play this game. I mean, you know. I kind of lucked out. I had there was like a reading chair in my parents' house that backed up to these like slatted windows that caught the sun for most of the day, but then also had a light, like a lamp right beside it, because again, it was like it was the morning newspaper reading chair kind of a thing, right? And so what I would do is I would get the screen just far enough under the lamp that I could still see the actual screen, but just far enough out that I could still catch the sunlight. It also honestly kind of limited the amount of time that I could play it on a daily basis, which is probably good in retrospect, but you know, that's neither here nor there. Instead of grid or hex-based maps, ProtoDrive uses pre-made tiles to create its racetracks. Each of these tiles can be mapped to a grid for easier use with virtual tabletops, but in doing so, make sure to keep using the spaces indicated on the tiles themselves, particularly in corners, since these are not always single squares. Miniatures aren't strictly necessary to play this game, but some sort of token to represent each character and indicate where on the track they are will be helpful or will be useful to help visualize things. Most of the players will be making drivers, often referred to as player characters or PCs, but one person at the table will likely be the Game Master, or GM. The GM acts as a guide for the narrative, helps other players learn... no, you know what? Will be the GM. The GM acts as a guide for the narrative, helps other players learn and better understand the game, and acts as the arbiter. No, yeah, I guess, I mean, like, technically, ProtoDrive can be played GM-less, but it becomes a little bit weird. The GM acts as and acts as the arbiter of any unclear situations that may arise during gameplay. GM, or Gear Master. Yokus, that's brilliant, and I'm upset that I did not think of it myself. Yeah, the problem with making a game about cars going fast is that I have to be really, really careful about using the word race. Because it would be, yeah, like the most logical name for the person running the game and operating all of the NPCs in this would be something like Race Master, and that's not gonna fly, folks. That sounds real, real bad. Like, yeah. Ooh. So yeah, no, I went ahead and stuck with Game Master because, like, it's the most generic term, and I am not fucking around with that, you know what I mean? Like, because, like, race efficient still sounds bad, still can be interpreted in wildly incorrect ways if somebody doesn't understand the context of what they're looking at, you know? Nothing ruins a friendly get-together quite like Bill declaring... quite like Bill declaring himself the Race Master. Nope, exactly. So, yeah, I just stuck with Game Master because... Woo. Okay, so, ProtoDrive can be played without a GM, usually by focusing on player versus player racing with very little story in between. If the crew wants to have a deeper narrative, however, it will be the GM's responsibility to weave that story by creating NPCs for the player characters to interact with, the communities those characters live in, and roads that connect them all through their shared passion for racing. For more information on being a GM for this game, including special rules, classes, and tips on how to keep things fair, refer to Part 5 of the book, The GM's Toolkit. The golden rules. There are 2 rules to keep in mind. Everyone should keep in mind as they... read this book. Okay. Garage Master. That one's not bad. I'm gonna sit with that one. Make a note of that. Garage Master? Yeah, I'm gonna sit with that one for a little bit because that's pretty dang good. Gear Master doesn't quite work because there is a specific class of equipment called gear. So it could be a number of things, but Garage Master is pretty dang good. End goal of the game is to become the redacted master. Oh no! So there are 2 rules everyone should keep in mind as they read this book and play ProtoDrive. The Winner Master! I like the idea of, at the very least, keeping the abbreviation GM, you know? So there are 2 rules everyone should keep in mind as they read this book and play ProtoDrive. Again, we've got like 1 word sticking out here at the bottom. Hit the General of Motors. Oh no! That's funny. Okay, so let's go with everyone should keep 2 rules in mind as they read this book. Okay. These 2 rules in mind as they read. Or what if we do here are whoop. 2 rules everyone should keep in mind. Nope, that basically just takes us back to where we were before. But like, that version of the great general of motors whose technical skill allowed the fusion reactors to last well past the succession wars. Love a good Battletech reference. Both as they read this book and play ProtoDrive. When they play ProtoDrive. Everyone should always keep these 2 rules in mind, both as they read this book and when they play ProtoDrive. There we go. Specific rules override general statements and rules. For example, every space on the track that is marked as difficult terrain counts as 2 spaces for the purposes of movement. But if your vehicle has off-road tires from the bold Brumby license equipped, you, But if a character's vehicle has the off-road tires from the bold Brumby license equipped, they ignore the difficult terrain modifier. Two, always round up to the nearest whole number. Narrative play and racing segments. There's a mechanical distinction between narrative play and racing segments in ProtoDrive, but this doesn't necessarily mean there's a concrete wall between the two. Mechanics from one might occasionally be useful in the other. Drama created in the former is rewarded with tokens useful for steering the odds in the latter, and in some stories the 2 parts may even be happening at the same time. All of this combined means... Players should take the following descriptions as how things should normally work, not how they always have to work. During narrative play, players should act as much as their act as their characters as much as they're comfortable with, moving as naturally through the PC's stories as they would their own lives. Time might pass more quickly, focus might be given to playing through specific scenes rather than acting out every second of day, and dice may only rarely come into play. Most of the game's story elements happen in this mode of play. Once tires hit the asphalt, though... let's go with tires hit the tarmac. That has a nice little bit of alliteration. Player characters. Wait, car actors. Yep. Listen, if this was the 1990s, I would be going so fucking hard on, like, the unique wording and all that sort of fun stuff, but I'm going for clarity of rules here, you know? I don't want anybody to get stuck in the muck as far as, like, oh, well, there's a special term for this, and you have to use the special term. Everybody, we're here to play a game. Come on. You know, I don't know. Maybe I've just been in that argument one too many times, and I'm gun shy about using special terms as a result. Once tires hit the tarmac, though, the racing segment. A racing segment has begun. And things get more mechanical. This is where turns and phases become important. Each action is impactful, and the dice decide each character's fate in turn. At every turn. Even if it feels like two separate games to begin with, swapping back and forth between these two modes of play will become natural over time, especially for players that have experience with other games that use similar concepts. You love the Traveler Muck, never going back to it. Yep. Well, especially since Mongoose Publishing went all in on AI bullshit. I'm never going back to that. The reason... Oh yeah, it was a whole thing a few months ago. They like went down hard. Like they used a bunch of AI art, AI generated images for the new edition of Traveler and for some of the new stuff that was coming out. And when they got called out on it, they doubled down, and I don't remember who at the company it was, but somebody got real defensive over like, well, you know, this is the best and most efficient way. Yeah, no, go indie. Pretty much, it's that. Just go indie. Find artists and people who are fully in control of their own IPs and give a shit about them and do that. You know? Yeah. I guess it makes sense they'd throw efficiency around. You don't even have to finish your character before dying. Yeah. Skynet mangas. Ugh. Gross. Well, honestly, it's mostly just corporate bullshit. We don't want to pay artists when we could put that money towards paying the owners a bonus instead. And like that's how it's always been. But yep. That's what these systems are meant to do, really, is take more wealth from people who actually create things and focus it towards the people who fund it. So, yep. Defines these two types of play is to briefly demonstrate both ends of the spectrum of gameplay. That can be found in ProtoDrive. When focusing on narrative play, story and characters are what's most important, with far fewer rules to get in the way. Racing segments, on the other hand, rely strongly on the rules and play out similar to a board game. Hard to talk over voiced stuff. I thought I got rid of it every time I find new vocals. When focusing on narrative play, racing segments, on the other hand, rely strongly on the rules and play out similar to a board game. Depending on who you play with and what they enjoy, depending on who makes up who is at the table and what they enjoy. crew might spend entire sessions in one type of play or the other, some mixture of both. Neither of these is the correct way to play ProtoDrive. Each group of players will need to find a balance between narrative play and racing segments that works for them. Let's do this. This book provides rules for both so that people can have an enjoyable experience, whether looking for a story-heavy game or just want to get straight to the action. Okay. Neither of these is the correct way to play ProtoDrive, and each group of players will need to find a balance between narrative play and racing segments that works for them. This book... That's rules for both. So everyone can have an enjoyable experience. Whether they're looking for a story-heavy game or just want to get straight to the action. I feel like this paragraph needs to be a little bit shorter, just so we can get this at the top of the next page. Oh, hello?
Mom, can you help me get a snack off the high shelf?
Sure thing, sweetie, but aren't you taller than me at this point?
Yeah, but you have that grabby spell that I don't.
All right, that's a good point. Give me just a couple of moments and I'll be happy to help you, okay? So, what I'm probably going to do here is... Oh, have you not been around for my break timers to go off? Yeah, no, I have little narrative reminders to take breaks and stuff like that. So how I've got them set up is essentially one of the kids comes in and lets me know that they need me or something, or occasionally, every once in a while, my husband B. But yeah, let's go ahead and see if I can shorten this up by a couple of lines, because I may go ahead and, well, let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3. You know what? We've only got 3.5 more pages to go before this entire section is done and edited, so I'll go ahead and run an extra segment today. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Hello, Circuit, and welcome! And just in time for me to say, hey, we're going to run for another segment. You very much like the husbando interactions, though. So do I. So do I. But in any case, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Stand up, stretch. You don't have to watch the commercial if you don't want to. I highly encourage you to get some new refreshments and all that sort of fun stuff. And we'll be back to hopefully get through the next about 4.5 pages in 5 or so minutes. So talk to y'all soon. Alright, so, we got you some M&Ms earlier, okay? Very least interest you in a glass of water, and something a little more, healthy. Ready? Alrighty, we are back. I was able to make a slight adjustment very quickly on this paragraph to bring it down and make it fit on this page. So now it reads, entire sessions might be spent in one type of play or the other, but it's often a mixture of both. Neither of these is the correct way to play ProtoDrive, and each group of players will need to find a balance between narrative play and racing segments that works for them. This book provides rules for both so that everyone can have an enjoyable experience, whether they're looking for a story-heavy game or just want to get straight to the action. So, let's move on. Skill checks and driving checks. There are two types of dice rolls in ProtoDrive. Skill checks and driving checks. Two types of situations in ProtoDrive that require dice rolls. Skill checks and driving checks. In narrative play, you'll only need to worry about the first of the two, but you'll use both in racing segments. But you might use both in racing during racing. Whoop. It'll mostly be the latter. Skill checks are made when a player character runs into a situation that requires effort to overcome. When you encounter such a moment, when a character encounters such a moment, their player should state their objective. It should be something specific. Like, I want to climb the tree. Or, I stomp on his foot, but I want it to look like an accident. After that, player will roll 1d20 and add any relevant bonuses. On a total of 10 plus, the character succeeds. On a result of 9 or less doesn't necessarily mean failure. But something has at least gone wrong, and there will be consequences. The GM can't change the target number 10 for regular skill checks, but they do have access to several other ways to affect how difficult one might be, such as declaring a skill challenge or deciding that the character's action, or the PC's action, be explained in a later part of the book. Driving checks. What a player does to find out if their character's actions during a racing segment, like taking a corner at high speed or passing another driver, are successful or not. These are similar to skill checks. The player still rolls 1d20 and adds any bonuses. But the target number isn't always 10. Instead, the target number, or the TN, depends on a number of variables, such as how fast the character's vehicle is moving, the road conditions, and even the weather. This might sound complicated, but the math will be laid out clearly in a later section. And eventually, and everything that contributes to it is intended to be on the board for every player to see, so they know what they're getting into before they don't have a choice. For a driving check to be successful, the result of the die and all the modifiers, the total of the result on the die and all the modifiers needs to meet or exceed the target number. Okay, timetables got wacky for Christmas related stuff, so you need to get ready and head out today, not tomorrow. Whoop. It was fun hanging out. Have a Merry Christmas, y'all. Hope y'all get lots of socks. We actually already started our holiday gift giving because we have a whole long holiday process here in the world of Vania. It's a whole thing. There's even a special holiday that's called the Two Gathering that was created for like a modern celebration, but I won't get into that too terribly much right now. Oh, I did just realize, however, that I am not wearing my hat. There you go. Thankfully, the lights have already been up, but hey, now I'm going to have a hat for the last few minutes. Either way, I hope you have a great day, Voldaris, and I will see you next time. Now where were we? For a driving check to be successful, the total of the result on the die and all the modifiers, total of the result of the die combined with all the modifiers, all the applicable modifiers needs to meet or exceed the target number. When making a driving check, a roll of a 20 on the die, often called a natural 20, is an automatic success, sometimes allowing drivers to pull off impossible maneuvers that snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Contested checks. There are times when the rules will tell a player to make a contested check representing a direct conflict between two or more characters. In a contested check, all participants roll the same type of check and add their bonuses, then compare their results. Whoever has the highest result wins. If the result is a lie, the one who initiated the contest wins. Contested checks might come up in either narrative play or racing segments. Choosing to fail. Oh, okay, so let's bump this down. Column break. Boop. Players are always allowed to choose to fail any kind of check. Most of the time when people do this, it's to create a more interesting story. But whatever a player's reasons, it's their roll of the dice. They can choose to fail. Bonuses. There are 3 kinds of bonuses that can be applied to rolls in ProtoDrive. Accuracy, represented as this symbol. We're going to make that a bold. Difficulty, represented as this symbol, and same there, bold that. Statistic bonuses. Accuracy and difficulty represent those moments when the circumstances of the story put a character at an advantage or disadvantage. See below. Statistic bonuses come from 2 sources. The driver's previous experiences and what they've learned, triggers, and their skill with maintaining and driving their car, mechanic skills. Each role can only benefit from 1 statistic bonus at a time, and there are even some cases where none will apply, and the player in control of that character will just roll 1d20. Accuracy and difficulty are temporary modifiers gained in the brief instant where desperate idea meets brazen action, and lost in the next flash of in the next moment. Brief moment where desperate idea meets brazen action, and lost in the next flash of an instant. Lost in the flash of an instant. So let's... Yeah, and I'm going to bump this over to the next column because I don't like having these 3 lines just hanging out on their own. So let's bump that way. And if we have a little bit of extra space down here, that's just going to make the art more obvious, you know? For example, as Chad Fierce rounds a bend in the mountain pass, the car in front of him overcorrects and skips off of the inner guardrail. Though it doesn't do enough damage to create an obstacle, it does throw gravel onto the road. The GM may add +1 difficulty to Chad's control check to see how well he handles the corner himself. In a situation like this, a driver might gain accuracy or difficulty. Each point of accuracy adds 1d6 to a roll. Each point of difficulty subtracts 1d6 from a roll. Accuracy and difficulty cancel each other out on a 1-to-1 basis. If a player finds themselves rolling several of the same bonus dice, whether accuracy for the better or difficulty for the worse, they don't add all of them to the result. But they don't add them all to the result. Instead, they find the highest number rolled and apply it to the final result. Because of this, no roll can ever receive more than a +6 or -6 from accuracy or difficulty. For instance, on a check with 2 accuracy, let's go ahead and use the symbol there. The player rolls 2d6 and chooses the highest of the 2 dice, then adds that number to the amount they rolled on the d20 before adding any other mechanic skill bonuses that might apply to the check. If they roll a 3 on one die and a 4 on the other die, they add +4 to the roll, not +7. If a player is making a check with +2 accuracy and +1 difficulty, and again, let's go ahead and copy that symbol. They would only add 1d6 to the check, as 1 accuracy and 1 difficulty cancel each other out. Okay, hang on a second, because I've got some interesting stuff going on. So what I'm going to do instead of breaking there is we'll add a column break there. Again, that puts that. That still breaks up very strangely. So what I may want to do here is bump the whole for instance onto the next page. Oh, gotta go pick the wife up from work, so you're gonna lurk now. Have a good one, Meat Stick. If we're still here when you get back, we'll be happy to welcome you back, you know? For instance, on a check with +2 accuracy, the player rolls 2d6 and chooses the highest of the 2 dice, then adds that number to the amount rolled on the d20 before adding any other mechanic skill bonuses that might apply to the check. If they roll a 3 on one die and a 4 on the other, they add +4 to the roll to the total, not +7. If a player is making a check with +2 accuracy and +1 difficulty, they would only add 1d6 to the check, as 1 accuracy and 1 difficulty cancel each other out. For a check with 1 accuracy and 1 difficulty, and we are back to that. There. Doesn't add anything to the roll. The dice cancel each other out. Drama tokens and drama dice. Drama tokens and drama dice serve as a way to bridge the gap between narrative play and racing segments. Though both sides of this mechanic can change the path of the story in interesting ways, often adding dice to a roll, they do not count as bonuses for any game rules that might restrict bonuses. This is to encourage the kind of stylish storytelling this game hopes to achieve. Let's go with both parts of this mechanic. Change the path of the story in importantly, do not count as bonuses. Okay, hang on. It's important to keep in mind that they do not count as bonuses for any game rules that might restrict bonuses. This is to encourage the kind of stylish storytelling this game hopes to achieve. Whenever a player does something that heightens the drama of the scene, such as describing their actions in careful detail, leaning into a character flaw, invoking their background to accomplish something only they can do, or even goes against the crew's best interest because of personal in-character reasons, for personal in-character reasons, the GM can award them, or can give them a drama token. For example, Chad Fierce, living up to his name, gets into the face of another driver who just insulted his friend's car. Though both teams pull the two of them apart before blows can be exchanged, there's now a lot more friction with this other crew that may emerge in some way during the night's race. For creating a plot hook through roleplay, the GM rewards Chad with a drama token. Designer's note. Drama tokens are meant as a reward for players making the game more interesting, not for being disruptive. Leaning into an in-character flaw or doing something that goes against the party's best interest, again, the crew's best interest, for in-character reasons, can create a more dramatic dynamic, but only if the real people behind the characters all agree that this would be a fun story to tell. If someone ever seems to be causing trouble just for the sake of it, or because of some out-of-character reason, or for some out-of-character reason, this is not something that should be rewarded with a drama token. Drama tokens can be spent at any time on the following effects, all of which can drastically change the situation whether the characters are on the road or off. Spend 1 drama token to add 1d3 drama dice to a roll. Spend 2 to add 1d6 drama dice to a roll. Spend 3 to add 2d6 drama dice to the roll. Add the combined total to the roll. And you can instantly see how this becomes very powerful. Spend 4 to add an appropriate haphazard to a racing segment of the player's choice on the track. Choice. Haphazard to a racing segment of the player's choice on the track. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Spend 5 to change the current weather to another type of the player's choice. Spend 6 to gain 1 point of core power. Situation. No, I feel like that's just adding more to be interpreted. Spend 6 and choose a PC. That character's vehicle gains 1 point of core power. Drama tokens can only be spent by the character that gained them, and they are kept until they are spent. Any tokens remaining at the end of the session are carried over to the next session. Meetups, downtime, and scenes. Ongoing games of ProtoDrive are generally divided into meetups, each of which might be limited to a single play session or extend into several, with periods of downtime in between. When the characters go to a meetup, they'll have specific goals or objectives, such as winning a race, beating another driver's time, or representing their crew in front of others to build their reputation. Before the meetup starts, make sure to provide some preparation time to establish the goals and stakes of what's to come, and allow the crew to equip themselves as necessary. If the player characters aren't at a meetup, they're enjoying downtime. This is the most purely narrative space in the game, when timelines are flexible and role-playing matters more than specific actions and rules. During downtime, characters can progress their plots, work on side projects, play out personal stories, or just generally drivers. Players can progress, can choose to progress the plots, work on side projects, play out personal stories, or just generally let their drivers live out their lives. Days, months, and even years can pass in downtime depending on how the group of people playing wants to pace the game. In both meetups and downtimes, play is divided into scenes. A scene is a period of continuous dialogue, action, or activity that has a discrete starting and stopping point. These are called scenes to intentionally invoke the language of cinema and stage, as long as the focus or camera is on the players and their action, a scene is happening. When the focus moves away from the situation to look at a new one, or the current action ends and another begins, that's when the crew, that's when the game has moved from one scene to the next. You remember the first time you saw codified downtime phases in a TTRPG and it blew your mind? Yeah, managed to not see that one until the One Ring in like 2011. Woof! Yeah, that's the thing. Like, this is based on Lancer, which itself was an outgrowth of D&D 4th edition. So this one has some very specific ways of codifying, like, essentially what in this case is racing segments, but is essentially combat versus narrative stuff, because it wants to make sure that people take the time to do both, you know? Now you can choose to only do one or the other. You can absolutely do that, but it wants to make sure, like, I wanted to make sure that it was very clear what was what, and that there are specific things that can be done in downtime that can't be done during a racing scene, for instance. There's also some inspiration in here from Blades in the Dark, as well as, oh, goodness gracious, even like Kane has some inspirations in here, plus Powered by the Apocalypse and a couple of other things. A single race or a dialogue between characters are both great examples of scenes, but something like a montage that covers a longer period can also count as a scene. It's important to pay special attention to the beginning and ending of scenes, as this is when many special driver and car abilities end or reset. Oh, you started adopting it in every system where it makes sense story-wise. It makes it much easier to tell epic stories when it's not minute to minute and there's time for larger changes in the setting. Yes, exactly. That's something that, like, I started to realize after I started writing in general, is that, like, it can be fun to be minute and simulationist and stuff like that, but if you're trying to tell a dramatic story, as you say, an epic story, then it helps to kind of pull the camera back and see a bigger picture and just see the important moments. You don't need to, like, you don't need to roll dice for every action. You don't need to see every second of somebody's life. You just need to see those important moments, you know? Oh, okay. Let's take a look. Can I do that? No. What if... I do this. And then I do this. Format that line to be there. And then I'm going to insert a page break there so that that works. And then make that size 1 font. Oh, now I see how I wrote that. Got personal stories who just generally let their drivers live out their lives. Days, months, and even years can pass in downtime. Okay, let's see if I can't force a column break there. Okay, I can. Cool stuff. Okay, that feels like a slightly more natural way. Oh, plus players love to think about their little Lorbos raising cows or whatever. Exactly, exactly. Like, there's an appropriate time and place for those little minute-to-minute things when you really want to dig into the details of something. But yeah, sometimes you just want to think about your characters having a life and settling down and doing stuff, you know? Well, is there a way I can make this column a little bit shorter so I don't have that going on where there's an empty line right here? I suppose I can just do that. Yeah, I'll just do that for now. I'll catch it on the edit. Actually, you know what? I'll make a note. No line. Add back in if layout changes. There we go. Let's move. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Let's try this as a... So, in both meetups and downtime, play is divided into scenes. A scene is a period of continuous dialogue, action, or activity that has a discrete starting and stopping point. These are called scenes to intentionally evoke the language of cinema and stage, as long as the focus or camera is on the players and their actions, a scene is happening. A single race or a dialogue between characters are both great examples of scenes, but something like a montage that covers a longer period of time can also count as a scene. When the focus moves away from one situation to look at a new one, or the current action ends and another begins, that's when the game has moved from one scene to the next. It's important to pay special attention to the beginning and ending of scenes, as this is when many special driver and car abilities end or reset. Okay, yes, that reads great. The paragraphs feel better divided. There we go. So, we are almost half an hour past when I would normally be done with my streams anyway. So let's... Hang on a second. Again, we're going to make that size 1. Just in case I need to adjust something else later on. I'm going to make a note for myself to edit here next time. And that's going to be, let's see, where does part 1 end? Page 35, so that's going to be another 20 pages. That'll be a great amount of stuff to work on next time. Cool, cool, cool. And even if I have to just, even if I have already edited this better than I think I have, it doesn't hurt to glance back through it, or, you know. So, let's head back over to the Just Chatting screen, and I'll find a place to send you all off to. Alrighty, let's see who's online. Ah, okay. Loxley over at the Satira Corner is online, so that's probably who I'll send you all off to. But in any case, we got a lot of great work done today, Weary Travelers, so thank you very much for stopping by. And thank you very much in particular to Look Who's Photographed for the raid. Let me see. Yep, okay. I'm not missing out on anybody else. I hope you've enjoyed today's TTRPG Tuesday stream. I do this kind of work every Tuesday, where I'm just, especially like right now, I'm working on ProtoDrive. It is technically rules complete as a game. So if you want to check out the current version of it, this is the next version of it that's going to be coming out. But if you want to see what's already up on itch.io, maybe. Hello? No? Oh, wait a minute. Is it that? There it is. Okay. Or check out some of the other games I've made, along with a few other friends. You can find it there at dracoalexander.itch.io. I will be back on this channel on Friday, December 26th to continue the main story of Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. For more information about future streams, keep an eye on our Blue Sky at Come and Go Tavern, where you can find announcements and daily check-ins from the Come and Go. I have been your hostess, Sheela Ornthalis, and if you want to prop your feet up for a little while longer, we've got some more entertainment coming up soon via a raid over to the Satira Corner with Loxley, the Satyr of Strategy. Let me just make sure they're not in the middle of something strange and or embarrassing. Not that that would really matter considering what kind of channel I normally run. But yeah, I will see you all over there. So ta-ta for now and see you next time. Bye. Bye-bye. 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 Bye. Bye. Bye.